Так. Okay, let's draw. Let's draw some GTA 6. Так. So here we have upshot. Так. Okay. So dude on a roof. So there's horizon line about his ankle height. So you see again, like in the previous video I was talking, it's size of a shot in composition. It goes like full shot. So which means we have like, if he's standing straight here, it will be like exactly like, no, maybe like he's like little bigger here, but anyway, so idea is like kind of, if he's straight, height of a frame will be little bigger than character height. So then we have this like hip size of a frame. Anyway, so here it's upshot, 3-point perspective, 2-point perspective for this guy here, and 2-point perspective here. Так, anyway, let's go. So, and you see every time, so what is think about all these perspective types, that it's always hard to see nuances if you don't understand core principles. And the core principles here is that this like direction of 3-axis, which might be, you might have like vanishing points in your frame like this, let's call it Z vanishing point, and sometimes you have vanishing points outside of frame. In this case it's like you build it as a perspective grid, and yeah, let's show you. Like here we have 4x, so Z vanishing point here, x somewhere here very far. So, and I don't need to know exactly, I just showing it kind of this, let's say. Oh, it's too strong. Anyway, let's say it's like I showing x vanishing point there somewhere on the horizon line. Also, core principle is you understand that Z and X, they also merge with horizon line. So this, you see, this Z axis going to Z vanishing point, and this also Z axis going into Z vanishing point. So while it's horizon line, it's also Z axis going to vanishing point, and it's also X axis going to X vanishing point. So we have X axis, I show it here, and we have X axis as horizon line. Okay, so it's some kind of like, I don't know if it's fun for you, can imagine it's like a school. So let's say X with vanishing point. No, okay, don't do this. Like everybody will immediately follow. So like, oh no, I need to know like algebra. Так, so draw more X. So it's X, X, X. They all kind of pointing towards X vanishing point. And vertical y-axis here is kind of like little convergent vertically, like up, converging up. So, and you might notice like when we converging up, It's how we show that camera is rotated vertically. So it's kind of like looking up a little bit, so-called upshot. The sound is here. Yes, sound is here. When like in this picture, we have a down shot. So let's say I'll draw this on this side. So y-axis converging downwards, which means y vanishing point somewhere there below picture frame. So it's like opposite, right? So here also we have horizon line near border of a frame, but now it's on the upside. Here we have like upshot, horizon line was close to bottom. Here we have down shot, horizon line close to the top here. And yeah, and same we have the vanishing point. Yeah, so cool. It's like it's just accidentally I discover that it's really like they use them here, like totally like mirrored perspective. So here was same but like upshot, and here is down shot. That's cool. So and yeah, and x axis go like this. Так. Also for you, like thinking about like visual storytelling, keep in mind like why you choose upshot or downshot. So in this case, it's because like in the story, you see we have like one character standing here on the ground, one character on the roof. So we showing kind of like almost like point of view from character, or like at least like from his direction. So this guy on the ground, he's like being observed from a roof, and the guy on the roof observed from the ground. So we see like it's upshot because we're looking from the ground from this old man view, and this guy old man is downshot because we're looking at him from perspective of this character. It's kind of principle of inter kind of like dialogue between characters. You can always see it, and it even can be just like when they're different height, just one tall and short character. Так, so let's now make composition sketch. So once you have perspective grid, it's your space. It's like now you have this like in a 3D program, 3D space. Then composition, it's a mix of 2D and 3D. So 2D, it's this 2D shape, like you know, like how much we have negative space, how much we have space like silhouette of a building, silhouette of a character. While you're making these 2D shapes, you also need to consider them like as a 3D form if you draw it realistically, kind of, right? So you need make simultaneously like 2D and 3D. And once you have space, you can using this space to arrange these forms in the space. So it's kind of like complexity of this. It's like each thing individually is very simple and easy, but complexity is do them simultaneously while they're being like totally different nature. Like you see abstract two-dimensional and three-dimensional form, like totally different things. Так, so here we have this guy. Let's also we have this like comparison. Let's make it together. Так, same here. So we have like shape this guy in the front plane, then this like balcony. So in this is like really like riding bicycle. You need to get this idea from your practice, because it's really hard to explain, because this 3D and 2D together simultaneously, like making it together, it means like, let's say like you have cube, right? So while it's 3D form, right, so you're thinking about it's like three-dimensional form, it's also like itself, it's a shape, right? So it's shape like this, flat two-dimensional shape, and then each of like each kind of like silhouette we have within this cube, it's also this two-dimensional shape, like element of two-dimensional abstract composition. Okay, and even so you can each of this like make like, so we have like three rhomb here, right? Like three shape, and you also so it's like kind of like a fractal composition. It's like fractal, you know, so you more layered you consider it, better you is composition. So you need kind of like, when you draw this cube, you think about this as 3D, and you think about like its shape in general. You think about shape of each this small shape within, and you think about like this combined shapes which also like consist, you know. So like this one, for example. Okay, so this is what I mean when you think together about 2D and 3D. So while you making 3D forms, you also must draw them as 2D forms, and it's not like some one simple decision for everything. No, it's like a stack. It's a stack of forms, stack of shapes. So it's like, you see, can be like overlapping, like another box, right? Okay, now it's mean we have like one more shape. This new object, right? So we have like two three-dimensional objects, and we have like crazy amount of 2D shapes, and your composition, it's have like keep in mind all this 2D properties. And I talk in shapes, but there is also lines. Okay, so each line is like direction. Okay, so we have this. So only this is actually is kind of like, you can consider it as a secret of composition. Okay, because if you will only think about this for a couple years, it's actually all you need to know to improve in composition. So because you see how complex it is, so it's might be like super overwhelming. And if you take it properly, if you like take it like kind of like having it in mind, and do as much effort as much as you can without like kind of like freezing yourself, because it can be like really like overwhelming, so you will just like freeze. It's like, no way, it's too much stuff to think about. But just keep in mind, so this is kind of what is your focus of attention when you draw compositions, because it's like objects, it can be also like shadows from objects. Everything you show in your picture, it's 3D and 2D forms, shapes, lines, right? Which means it's also this rhythms, so how they follow in each other, how they overlap in each other. So, and you can like read 100 books when they will just describing nuances of this main principle. But I think if you just practice these principles, you will understand all of this through your practice. So you will just you will try to kind of just consciously work with it. More you will find some like, okay, so this shape will look good with this shape together. Then this kind of, I can create rhythms, I can create like small and big together, you know, all those things. And it's also kind of like individual. Somebody like have brain when they, you know, buy like catalog or vocabulary. They read like whole vocabulary from A to Z, and they remember it all. You know, I'm not this kind of people. So for me, I learn through practice. So it's like theory must be reinforced with your experience. So I must see how it works. And a right approach for me is like when you know some principles, you can exercise them and you see why is they important in your practice. Так, so here we see. Because guys with the first approach, their problem often you can see, like while they may like remember all like principles, techniques, and they can be even like good with them, they can like forever, like whole their life, they can like not realize some like underlying core principles. And because they lack understanding of core principles, it's kind of makes their work stiff. You kind of see they don't have some fluency or this like kind of like nativity, you know, like when it's just like, oh, you play around with this. So it's like understanding of core principles is like feeling of matter, feeling of physical properties, so you can like mold them. if you don't have this understanding, you don't have then such freedom, kind of. You will only abide, you will like limit it with your amount of tools, and you just like switching tools, combining tools. So it's more kind of like it's also called formulaic. Yeah, so it's like when you don't understand core principles, it's like you're being kind of formulaic. You juggle with techniques, you juggle with some tools, but you can't be innovative. You can't just like, I have some crazy idea, you know, or even like breaking. Yeah, maybe you can like creatively break in some standard approach while making it like solid, you know. So this is what knowing principles gives you. Так, so we have this guy. Так, sound here, sound here. So today I do inking with G-Pen. G-Nib. Так. here is, let's see, access. It's so much more fun to draw with actual ink, not in digital. Так, some puddle. It's crazy, like this thing keep leaking. There's some new videos. I just don't understand, like it's like 1 week to wait before like official gameplay. I think will be like a long video or something showing gameplay. But anyway, just let people do their job. Take some press. Oh, it's like a trash container. So crazy. Yeah, it's like what is interesting about this GTA. It's like I say previous video. It's for me, I think it's always been like at least start from San Andreas or GTA 4. It's became like cultural phenomenon, some kind of breakthrough every time, like showing new possibilities of new like media technology, because basically it's like interactive movies, and most let's say like most developed environment, like virtual reality, and even like this series Westworld was inspired by Red Dead Redemption for sure. So I mean, it's like it's creating a lot of trails in the culture, like starting trends, and I'm sure it's even kind of like it's really like changing direction of culture, or maybe kind of like changing people. I can see kind of like exactly yet how it works, but definitely this was like, you know, like once photographs like invented, world not same anymore. It's like we enter new reality kind of, right? Then was like computer games, then and this kind of like now they push in this virtual reality. It's actually like GTA, I think, is a spear kind of this virtual reality, virtual worlds peak. And so it's like real art. It's work. It kind of have this function of being mirror of people, you know. So mirror of society, kind of. It just give you a new angle, new perspective to world around us. So same like I say, like it was with photographs, with movies. People just like go in the movies like, whoa, like we right now can't imagine how it was mind-blowing just for people to see, you know, our world in the form of a movie, in a screen, and you like go in this dark room and you watch like all this like camera angles, like how they keep inventing, like improving this, and eventually movies change people in a way that we start to see world around us like if we are watching movie. You know what I mean? It's like now it's hard to distinct like chicken and egg. Like you don't being aware of it, but you're walking around and you kind of making Hollywood movie in your head. Before Hollywood movies, before movies, cinema, it was something else, and we can't even imagine this. And with this computer games, kind of, it's making same thing. It's giving you another perspective, another angle, which I think in this like next GTA, it look like very serious. It look like it will be really like some a new breakthrough, new, like you know, I don't talking like it will be for good or not, but it definitely will change people perception of world. Yeah. For example, also like I talk in this story sometimes. Like I born in a small city, in a small town in Russia, and like 20, more than 20 years I was living just in my area. So I'd never seen any, like never travel somewhere far away. It was always around, kind of like same environment, same type of people, you know. And then I was first time in Shanghai. So I got this invitation. I was in an art project. So I arrived in Shanghai, and there even like driver. So this like how they call it? Commercial taxi, like with the driver in the hat, like with a suit, with a hat, and I sit like kind of like a boss. I had a seat in the back, and with riding from airport to hotel, and this hotel where I was staying for 6 months is like in the center of Shanghai. It's like super center, very crazy place, and we riding from airport. So I'm first time in other country, like absolutely never been anywhere before, and I'm just looking in the window and my brain like you know, so many new information. It's just I look like all this picture like I never seen before, everything different, and there's like so many like for me look like very futuristic, you know, from being like from small town. You see all these like tall buildings and crazy freeways. They have like um, these roads and bridges. Sometimes they're like absolutely insane. In Shanghai, this like I think it was like 8 level, maybe even more. So imagine like about 8 levels of this freeway conjunctions. They just like overlapping each other. Like it's like what the hell? It's so insane. And I found that kind of like occasionally I start to hear this music from GTA 4. So my brain just like kind of builds this parallel. Like if this is a beginning of some GTA series. I'm arriving to this new country, like where I know nobody. This kind of like a Nico Bellic storyline, you know. So and now, and I was just crazy. It's like absolutely perfectly fit and explain, kind of organize real world how it actually works, because since I arrived, this actually what was happen. So I was just making connections. So I was like every day I meet new characters, you know, exactly like in GTA. You meet new characters, they know you, and they give you missions. And they introduce you to another characters. So you have like more characters like on your kind of contact list. And sometimes they call you, sometimes you call them. You have some missions, kind of these new missions. Discover new area in this in Shanghai. So it was like somebody called like, hey, let's go to meet in a French concession, kind of. So okay, which metro station? Go take metro. So I never been there before, but now because my friend called me there, I take metro, go to this district. Or I have my like free world missions where I was walking around looking pictures to draw. So it was like my kind of like sandbox free world missions is to draw new pictures every day. And when I go to draw, I might meet some random people, and these random people became like new characters in my story, you know. So I think like, wow, this is just was absolutely masterpiece. This GTA 4, how they like just illustrate real world, how it really works in real world when you basically all you do is just meet people and kind of collaborate with different people, and if you make your work good, they recommend you to next people. They kind of start this kind of, how's it called, they will talk about you, they will tell like what you done, so you became like local story for them. So also kind of what games might kind of might give to like open kind of perception. So for certain way it's attention to details. No, I don't know how it works for everyone or not, but It's also was interesting point to discover. So no, and I talking not about like it's good to play games or it's some kind of like beneficial or no, I talking about this as like something we already can't ignore. You just can't avoid it, right? Like maybe you don't play games, but there is millions of people, there's like whole generations who play games like people before was reading books. Now this young generation, they play games all the time, and we can like analyze, we can see the kind of how what is specific with the games. Which I also think like if make parallel with the movies, it's like yeah, movies is entertainment. Movies they just kind of you know how to spend your weekend or with your friends or maybe how to escape from daily world, from this like day life, right? So you can just like exit to this parallel universe in the movie. Well, basically, right? As like being realistically, it's maybe like main purpose, main reason people watching it. It's like people can say like, no, I watch a movie because I want to kind of like enrich myself or because real art and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe if you're like professional, if you're in a movie making industry, then yeah, it's definitely might be like this for you. So you kind of like might make a research. But even for you, like in the most of cases, it's about kind of like massage for our nerves, for our psyche, to help us to not lost our mind when we might be like too overwhelmed or maybe stuck in some in this like in the same worldview. You're just stuck in it, you know, day by day, same life, everything just chasing you. And then watching story is like you really like being like transported to some another dimension. So and then if we say like, oh, there's some guy who watching every movie, watching movies all the time, don't do anything else, only watching movies, you know, just like obsessively kind of, right? Yeah, it will be too much. So same I think with computer games, kind of. Yeah, if like just play these games all the time or like play every game, it's It will be crazy. But just as a form, just something kind of also like a type of activity, I think it's actually okay. It's just giving you interesting perspective, and it works kind of same like movies. And also like movies, it's very few good movies. It's like less than 1%. Most of movies are just kind of like fillers. Which they don't really have this quality, they don't have this characteristic of changing somebody perception or giving you new angle or whatever, and like diving you in some another depth. No, they don't have anything of this. They only exploiting kind of this form. So, and this I think what also happened with this Rockstar games. So if there is like GTA 4 and Red Dead Redemption kind of, and there are a lot of other games which just trying to adapt kind of this inventions, maybe I can say, and but they don't have same degree, kind of same. It's not only about money and how many people they have. They don't have same vision. They just don't have same goals, let's say. So it became like more superficial. Oh, and talking about this, actually I don't like Red Dead Redemption story. And I don't remember the GTA 5 story. Because like for me it's not so interesting like Niko Bellic story. Yeah, it's like in GTA 5 like all characters kind of revolting. Maybe like Trevor, he not only revolting, he also kind of like have like most personality, maybe like most dramatic character. Yeah, but in GTA 4, yeah, there's like this guy Niko Bellic, he's like some guy with a PTSD after war, so it's kind of more relatable human character. need to wash this. I think I had not properly washed the snip. Wait a second.
Who are you?
Jim Bond.
So I will say, like, if other developers, they're making like computer games with like really treating them like games, I think like GTA games, they making like some kind of social experiment. So they have like really stronger motivation. No, like I don't know, not stronger, like deeper vision. So they have like a crazy like marketing work, and it's kind of there are a lot of work on kind of like analyzing like people, like like audience. They work with audience like better than anybody else. No, like understanding crowd. Actually, I have also funny dream about GTA 6, but it was like 7 years ago maybe. It was, I had this dream sometimes when I'm back in my art college. So it was like GTA 6 in my art college. So there was like some gang, kind of, yeah, gang start fighting with me. So it was like fighting near in some yards. I was like, wow, this GTA 6 with VR, so crazy. It's kind of, there was my teacher who was, actually like, he was my coach in the real world, like boxing coach, and he was also studying art, like called monumental art, so he can make like huge murals from stone, from like color glass, but he became coach, kind of boxing sport master, and he studied with my art teacher. So it's like they together study in art university, but one became professional artist, another became like a boxer and coach. It's like two friends. So it's like very much like GTA story. Also, it's very interesting with all these games, especially why, well, not why, it's just like mix. It's being like simultaneous movement, kind of. It's there's like you Noi Harari, kind of, I forget, like Yunon Noi Harari, kind of write book, and there he was well, about future, kind of what will happen with human civilization in the future, and he discussing there about people who will losing jobs because AI, and many people who will not have jobs and will live on the money like from, you know, government support, like they're trying to do in Europe. No, actually, it's yeah, it's not only Europe. It's just exists this class of people who don't work but receive money. I can't even imagine this. I mean, it sounds so surreal. Really, like, I can understand like you give like money for people who've been working at least, and then they get like trauma or something, so they get pension. But people who never work receive money because they need money for food. It's like, Christ, so it's so crazy. How is this real? So, and he talking this, and he say all these people, they will be contained kind of into a virtual reality. No, it's already happened, you know, all this kind of people who professional like streamers, computer gamers, and more and more is like emerge this like ecosystem, a virtual world where it's like you can have jobs in a virtual world, you can have like virtual money, and people will just sit with VR goggles at home. So, and the point is they can be integrated into service of this like virtual worlds, but they to make sure they're not danger for society, something like this, some kind of like voluntary imprisonment, like people just say, okay, I will sit home all my life. And it's definitely like go in this direction. Так, so here we have horizon line. About his, yeah, it's like about shoulder height. About here. Y-axis just parallel. So it's like two-point perspective kind of situation. Так. So, and you see like here actually like you can look all these different objects and you see like, well, how many vanishing points should be. Yeah, you just need to choose yourself. Limit it to 3 axes at first, just XYZ. So if Y is clearly just parallel vertical lines, now we need X and Z, and we can look like at this car. So car can be like this box for us, so it's like look like this. So here horizon line, and this car as a box is kind of this, so it's mean like this going down, here is going up, and this will be the Z-axis. Here is going up, here going up, down, it's X-axis. Так. So let's see. So these are X. Again, you see horizon line. This now draw in between. Horizon line this, and kind of continue this same extent. Yeah, also this virtual reality, you know, is kind of in the science fiction. It's also discussion like application of virtual realities is like again, is this like simulation of Earth for people who fly to other planet. So if you need to kind of like be in space for a couple years, you will definitely lose your mind. And to not lose your mind, it will be very helpful to have this like virtual Earth where you can have like your house, walk in the park, meet your friends, you know, like kind of like in a Zoom call, but in a virtual reality, kind of sit on a dining table, have this kind of like virtual dinner. So I think like people like Elon Musk, they definitely considering it. But personally, like about space travel, I think it's just unrealistic. It's like nobody will fly to Mars. Maybe like, yeah, until it's something like very, very crazy change, something like nobody can predict, nobody will ever fly to like colonize other planets. And especially Mars, it not make sense at all, like colonize Mars. It's like from information what I watch, is they say things like Venus. Yeah, I think they call Venus like planet which is much more suitable and realistic for colonization, because it's they say it's like it's active planet, like while Mars it's too empty, so it's like magnet field too weak, something like this, so you cannot create atmosphere for people to live on the surface. Oh, cool. Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I can't read Japanese, but yeah, thank you. Thank you for feedback. Yeah, I wish soon to visit Japan to draw some Tokyo. Yeah, first I will go to Tokyo. It's like it should be fantastic for drawing. Maybe next year. Because like from Taiwan it's very cheap flight to Tokyo, so to Japan. So just need to finish with my motorcycle book, and then I can more focus on drawing urban sketch. So go to Japan, draw some streets, I really love drawing streets. So maybe we can meet in Japan, draw some streets together. Let me know if we can contact. You can like message me in Discord. Makes this longer. But I also like, you know, this story. It's kind of like crazy, you know. Story from Kurt Vonnegut. I forget name, but there was about war between Earth and Mars. So, like people colonizing Mars started war with the Earth. And this, you know, this is seems it's like 100% realistic scenario. So if it ever happen, if people will move to Mars, so then next generation, native people, native Martians, people who born in Mars and never been on Earth, it will be like kind of like a different race. These people, they might feel like resentment towards people on Earth. They will think like, hey, we're living here on Mars, like starving, I don't know, like kind of like soldiers, like prisoners, and there are people on the Earth, they're so happy, so lucky, having forests, having this like rivers, oceans, and they will start, you know, posting like some ridiculous memes. It will be like a lot of, especially, you know, like also how internet works, right? How this like virtual world works. People tend to kind of like no, it's like very easy to start conflicts online when you don't see each other, when, because like in real life, like when you meet with other person, everybody naturally they have this like proclivity, kind of tendency to be nice to each other, you know, to kind of create this happy conversation, good experience of talking with each other. But online, this kind of oxytocin, I think it's called, like this thing is evaporates. So we don't feel this kind of like warmth in when we're communicating online. It's feel like people feel like distanced, almost they like don't consider each other like a real people. So that's why they are like very easy to start insult each other, or even like talking like something they will never say for other people in the face in the real life. And sometimes you might think like, oh, why is this people like, I know him in the real life, he's a nice person, but online he became kind of this justice warrior, writing and fighting with everybody, you know. Yeah, because kind of like their detach themselves from a body, and they don't feel other people real too. So, and then we imagine like people on Mars, people on Earth fighting in internet, and they already hate each other. So Mars starts to build spaceships, and like all corruption and problems on Mars, Martian bureaucrats start explain as it's all because of Earth. It's like all problems we have, all struggle, all suffer on the Mars. It's because this like people on Earth, they're so corrupted, they hate us and stuff like that. And it became kind of like fascist Martian nation who like living very simple life, and all resources, all society focus on building warships and training for a war with Earth. And people on the Earth keep joking, keep posting their like Instagram videos where they're like trolling Martian people, like hey, look, do you have this beautiful beach on the Mars like we have on Earth? It's like, look how amazing we spend our weekend in this lake. Like, look, we don't need to hide in underground. And then suddenly one day they have this invasion of like armada of merchant ships. So this will be like first solar system war, Mars against Earth, and then all elites will evacuate to Venice and build new colony on the Venice. Yeah, it sounds already like a sci-fi movie. Vario. Because yeah, some kind of thing about people, there is always will be confrontation. That's kind of it's like, you know, like everybody know, it's like 100% fact that everybody will age and die from aging, you know. Same with life. Life will never be peaceful. That's just how it is. Never it can be peaceful, and it can be kind of like it can be peaceful in every way. In every way, because like even if you don't have enemy, even if you don't have someone to blame for something, you will suffer anyway for some reason. So which also kind of important to understand properly. It doesn't mean you should not fight with you know, like with diseases or with your enemies, because if yeah, if you and your community have your time for living, yeah, you should live. So, and you should protect your life, right? So, and then it's interesting, right? Like we have this real world, which is just built this way. It's just what it is. And then we have ideals. We have people idea about perfect life, ideas about utopia, or ideas about, like, you know, there is possibility that of a world without struggle, without wars, without inequality, or, you know, just like make everything perfect. It's possible. So this idea is just have zero ground. Like nobody ever experienced this. Like, you know, it's not like, yeah, it's never been this way. Like, so you don't have any basis for this idea. It's just kind of fairy tale. So, but it's interestingly like how people don't aware, even like people like who claim to be like realists, they don't aware that they are using this model as some kind of like paradigm, so they can like kind of like compare real world to this like idea of perfect world, right? So then people talking about like, oh look, it's a suffer and struggle, like it's something wrong with the world, you know, like it's something wrong with people. Like, look, people, they will always fighting with each other. Like, okay, like if it's ever been different way, it's, you can't judge this. You can't even like call it a bad thing, because like it's like call rain a bad thing, you know. It just exists this way. That's it. You you don't have ideal world to compare. Like I can say like, okay, I have new house and old house, or I have like clean area and like a dirty and like messy area, right? So I can compare them. They're both real. Ideal world has never been real, so you can't compare, so you can't actually create this like distinction, like say, oh, it's so bad, kind of like let's kind of let's kind of like complain or cry about this from time to time. It's like, why people like this? Yeah, why not only people? So like, have you ever seen documentaries of animal world, of like how other species live? I mean, like, I love cats, you know, and tigers. They look very cool, right? But it look insane, like when you see how they hunt and eating, like, you know, like this, like who they hunt, how they call, antelope. Yeah, like they catch some antelope or zebra eaten alive. You know, zebras like, what the hell, like, you know, like a horror movie. And this like cute tigers, they just like tearing a zebra apart. And it's like, okay, so, and people are say like, oh, it's imperfect world, and this is just a world, that's it. Just don't get eaten. You see a tiger, run away. And don't like it's so like a dreaming and crying about like, oh, I'm not immortal. Why I'm not immortal, you know? It's the same kind of crazy, like people kind of constantly complaining and being like kind of like disappointed in life because there's so much violence in the life, there's so much suffer in the life. Yeah, it's just kind of, it's like always been like this. So like so this why like idea of colonizing space, it's the same idea like a building communism. So it's people like who really think it will be some kind of like great solution for something. Yeah, they are also being like adepts of some cult or communism. Yeah, it's definitely, it's kind of like a religion of like believing in science so much, like it can really save humanity, when it's always kind of double-edged sword. Because like first planet, if it's possible, right, first planet people will colonize, it will be like first natural enemy from space. They'll just like constantly complain about like, why me on Mars? Why I need to live on this freaking Mars? I want to live on Earth too. And like honestly, I will on also this kind of people also like, what the hell I'm doing on this Mars? There's nothing interesting. It's just like surviving every day. Crazy. And then they suddenly say like, we have great program for you. You will get your own land on Earth if you join our forces. I said, alright, let's go conquer Earth. And of course they don't give you any land. They just send you in the front to fight with the Earth Terminators. So maybe it will be like our main ship from orbit will block all computers on Earth, so AI will not work, all robots will collapse, and then only people will need to fight with the swords. It's like again, like some kind of medieval age. Again, will be like this stone strongholds. But actually, yeah, if Martian spaceship will have such technologies and can just like strike from space with lasers and rockets. Or another scenario, maybe Mars will develop this kind of like super bomb to destroy Earth, because they kind of like say, we hate Earth so much, we just want to destroy it. Another scenario. And then need some Earth special forces sent to Mars to sabotage development of this like Judgment Day rocket. Maybe there was a story in Call of Duty like this. I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, Vonnegut was first, that's for sure. There are also interesting thing about planets and some weird esoteric in Hollywood. For example, I find there like this movie. I don't remember it was like first or it was a remake. Night of Evil Dead. No, or like Night of Dead, something like this. Like this first movie with Walking Dead, kind of. Romero, kind of. I think Romero was director of it. And the story there was that why a zombie appear. Zombie appear because some light from Venus. So like a radiation from Venus being discovered by some astronomist, and then because of this radiation that people start to like woke up from graves. They just stop dying, kind of this. And it's still like interesting, like where they take this idea, because it's definitely some kind of esoteric new age astrology about planets, you know, like this, talking about Mercury, Saturn, all this stuff. And the Venus for some reason. I think they Sirius, they associate Sirius with Lucifer, and but I don't remember Venus, what does mean for them. Let's do this here. Так, let's see next one. Так. Let's also put some shading. Hello Tick. Yeah, it's GTA 6. Leaked perspective drawings from GTA 6. Leaked stream. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I was thinking today will be a premiere of this new videos from GTA 6, but it's actually 27 August, not today. So kind of my mistake. Так. Okay, let's do this down shot. Так. So here kind of very stroke. Y-axis going down. Then X, we can see and Z. So Z I think is like a vanishing point. Yeah. So it's like this, the Z vanishing point here. And X going there, X. So horizon line, X, drawing in between, and continue here. Okay. This kind of down shot 3-point perspective. So it's just important to develop this habit of drawing different perspective for particular case. So you should feel it of how to use it for showing some actual view, for showing some situation. So you will better understand like how exactly you apply it. Так, so here we have billboard. So also kind of talk a lot about this approach in my videos about urban sketching, especially in Gumroad have two video, urban sketching for beginners and urban sketcher advanced. So talking about composition, is like there is this narrative aspect, is when you draw you should be very clear about what you want to represent, what you want to show in your picture. So when I look at the reference or when I have idea, right? So I think, okay, I want to show 3 car here, right? So this is what I'm doing. In my idea of picture, in my composition, is it important what is exactly this distance or this distance or this distance? Like, is it like important to follow it exactly as in the reference or not? Because most likely in most cases is not important. It's more important how you will put them together in your picture. You see, so you find key elements in a reference, and then you kind of like taking these key elements and you placing them inside your own picture. So with this approach you much more in control, and you also you have much more energy, kind of, because you don't need to kind of struggle focus on every unnecessary element. So I don't even try to kind of copy like all proportions or like all exact details from reference. I only choose which details I want to place inside my picture. So like we have these cars, this car can be, we have this facade, and so this kind of door, and this bouncer here, this guy, maybe these two people. Maybe this is also truck. I can draw here. And it feels more like sandbox, because instead of copy lines and proportions, I actually literally placing these cards in my picture. So like, okay, one I put here, other I put there. This is kind of priority for me, to make it feel kind of substantial, make it feel like it's really exist within my drawing. So here, crazy cars here are insane. canvas. Let's make this car too small. It's like a toy car. Yeah, you should try this GNIP. Super satisfying. Like so much better than digital. Hello, pink purple bubble. It's ink and water. So just take like same ink I using for Japan. Just use it like very little ink. Mix with water, put inside this thing, inside brush pen. Yeah, it's very convenient. You can also try watercolor and compare to ink, because like ink, this ink wash very different from watercolor. It's kind of ink perfectly combined. You know, when you use ink for lines and then you use ink for gray wash, they perfectly match. Watercolors sometimes look weird, so at least like when you do it like black and white or monochrome, ink is better. Yeah, you can put like I do, put here and like mixed, or you can have like this one, same, like put drop of ink, like very little drop of ink here, and use normal brush to melt it with water. It's like can make like very cool gray washes with ink. Some Gene Bond Cabaret. Так. And here's like perspective grids. It's like perspective grids all night. Awesome. Tutorials. Subscribe. You know, fountain pen or fine liners. I have all of them. So no, you know, I have like several fine liners. I have several fountain pen, and it's very depends. Very depends on what kind of fountain pen. So like my favorite, it's Lamy Safari. Lamy Safari is my favorite best. But you know, with fountain pens, sometimes like you need to try. It's kind of personal thing. You might like different properties. Like I like most of this Lamy Safari properties. Then fine liners. You know, I don't know Micron. I don't remember I use Micron, but mostly Faber-Castell and what is this one? Forget which other name. Faber-Castell. Forget second name. Anyway, so yeah, it just sometimes you buy new fine liner, new fountain pen, you try it out, and you know, like 1 month you draw with fountain pen, then 1 month you draw with fine liners. So sometimes you switch, and then you realize which one you prefer most, just from your experience, you know. So it's really like I don't know how to explain it any other way, because it's really just try them all, and you have some kind of mood preference based on your mood. And then I will, you know, I say really G-Pen it's the best. I really think like this G-Nib, just old school, this stuff, it's the best really. So it only kind of might be, it might looks like kind of like, oh, it's require all this like ink, and you need to be careful, but at least with the table it's very convenient actually. Like before I was very nervous with using nib, because I can make like you know, this like stains and leak it accidentally, but now this just feels like very easy to use. So it's kind of actually very quickly you will feel like very natural and confident with this G-Nibs. But it gives like most control, it gives like best line quality you can get in inking. So it's definitely, in my opinion, it's the best. Specifically, like if you like manga kind of look, it gives you this manga quality line art right away. My main goal to be your teacher. No, you know, I don't consider myself a teacher at all. It's kind of more like mentor, you know, so I can like share my knowledge, I share my experience, but I'm not like a teacher who will like looking for students, you know, like I'm not looking for students. I'm opposite, kind of like I'm very picky. So if somebody want to learn with me, study with me, I will look if I like to teach them, you know. If you teacher, oh, it's it's more annoying because you need to teach everyone, even if you see it's pointless, even if you see like this student, he never will be artist, or maybe he like don't have proper attitude, so it's just a waste of time. In a way, you need to teach everybody, you know. So it's like kind of service, and I don't like this. I like this kind of like old model when, so I consider only two approach. One approach, it's when you see artists, so like, oh, this artist very cool, and you learn from him, and sometimes this artist might have this kind of like mentorship, so you can like learn from him directly, not only from his videos or drawing process or his drawings, right? Sometimes you can learn directly from this artist. And number two model is apprenticeship, like if your favorite artist like he manga artist, for example, right? So he have his title kind of him, and he need assistants who will help him like drawing backgrounds or whatever, you know, just help to draw all secondary work so he can meet deadlines. And the thing with this kind of art studio master and apprentice thing is that artists can teach assistants his own style, so you kind of you learn artist style directly from your favorite artist. So he explain you like Katsuhiro Otomo, for example, right? Like you're assistant of Katsuhiro Otomo for Akira, and he teach you like how to draw Akira, you know. That was amazing, right? That was amazing opportunity then for these assistants who've been working with him. So then, like, if assistants can draw in my style, I can delegate more drawing for them and more focus on the story and focus on kind of like directing process. So I can draw more for fun, I can draw more like creative aspects, more kind of like essential part of work, because you know, like in every project there is a lot of routine. It's not only like drawing exciting stuff, it's a lot of routine, like kind of like a shading, you know, like you draw like 500 this kind of pictures, and the shading became for you like a routine, which is just like kind of like formulaic. You repeat, you keep doing it like page after page, like chapter after chapter. It's the same style, you're doing it again and again. It just became like just a labor. You just sit and draw and same stuff. So then you take assistant, you teach him to do this, so he sit and making all the shading or making like drawing like environment elements like foliage, buildings, you know. You just draw a composition sketch and you give them to render. This kind of how it works. Like animation studio, you see they're doing this, right? So in animation studio it's just a lot of physical work artists need to do, so they need many people, many hands, and they learn in art kind of there, you see. So I like only these two approach, because like everything basic, everything like beginner level stuff you can learn yourself, absolutely. Like, and if you don't learn it yourself, just by using books, internet, and YouTube tutorials, then it's already kind of a symptom, like some kind of like a lack of motivation, or yeah, basically it's like lack of motivation. It's not really like important to you, so you don't have you don't want to put this like effort to find all this information by yourself. And then when you want to become like professional artist, you learn from masters, or you build your own experience, like with your own practice, kind of making your own project, right? So that's it. Like, and I don't like, because when we talk like art education, it became like incubator, some kind of like a kindergarten for artists, when everybody's just like, you know, well, teach me, I want to be artist, teach me, tell me how to be artist, and they just like walking inside like a chickens, and like, and then like teacher come in the class and he start making them artists, you know, you will be artist after 5 years. This kind of like how they see is this. How about you try learn yourself? Like, how about like it's your own responsibility to learn all this stuff? So often students, they very passive kind of, they want be taught, they want teacher teach them, you know. So that's why I don't like kind of like art teacher kind of, because like it's more like submissive position. I don't know. So it's just like, teach me. I give you money. Teach me. So no, I will help you improve. I will give you what you really need, if you really want to learn. But I don't want like just like, here's this auditorium, and then I need to make artists from this random people. It's not how it works in reality. Oh yeah, and even like when it's good like art education institution, it's also kind of this master apprentice system, because it's work also just like a filter. It's just like a filter system. When teachers, they can see, okay, these all students work more, the students are lazy, and they start to kind of like provide more opportunities for students who really have this who is like more dedicated, and who is like really trying and working, you know. Так, anyway. Yeah, I have like 3 books right now as my projects. So one book I'm currently making, almost finished. Will finish this year. It's like this print test. So it's huge book, like will be like 256 pages about motorcycles. And so there will be 2 more book. One book about perspective, and one book about how to draw environments from observation, like how to draw urban sketch. And then yeah, I also want to do comic book. So here I have this different type of motorcycle suspensions, motorcycle engines. This book is crazy, like I'm lost. I almost lost my mind with this book, you know. It's so so much work. So here I see like different motorcycle types. So it's like it will be like encyclopedia, and like encyclopedia you can look for information about motorcycle, about some like motorcycle anatomy, or some specifics like names. Sometimes you really need to find like how details goes, and also yeah, some guides how to draw motorcycle, how to draw them in perspective. It's kind of like a Scott Robertson. Yeah, like here I have this fish eye. Like this. So there's like engines. And yeah, you can see a lot of pages. That's crazy. So almost finished this. Так, and yeah, and then it will be comic book after I finish with these books. If I will still alive, I will make comic book, maybe like sci-fi. Like I have couple ideas, couple hundred ideas in the mind. So yeah, I also wish to make comic book. Yeah, almost 3 year, But I did some. Yeah, it was some because I need to do this book while I'm working, while I'm making YouTube. So it's a lot of distraction. So it's take a long time. And the motorcycle is very hard. I have to research so many information. Like sometimes like draw like 2-page drawing whole week because you stuck on some detail. Так. So you can check also on my YouTube channel. I have tutorials about composition for comic books. Like one tutorial called, like you can search perspective for comic book artists. I think it's like will be really, really interesting to you. You can check it out. And 2 tutorials about composition, like what kind of frames. Where's my face? About like how to compose frames for comic book and how to compose sequence. So just I combine all information I've been found for my like last 20 years of studying this subject. Так, so here let's see. Так, where's Horizon Line? PC. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you should also check my video how to draw cars. I have like three video, one short video you can check out. So and there I also kind of talking about difference, you know, like two different approach. One approach is Scott Robertson, like when you draw cross sections for cars, right? And other approach is like when you draw cars, yeah, like I was drawing today, when you draw cars like starting from a box and then just, okay, let's say first is a box, then you draw wheels, let's say like this, and then box for car body and car greenhouse, right? So this is kind of like your underlying structure, and then you just draw in details over this structure. So it's kind of like totally different approach. Only thing is that this approach is what you will practically use for comic books. So you don't need sequence from Scott Robertson to draw for comic book. It's too dry, kind of. It's like it's more for design, for drafts. For a comic book you need these boxes because you can draw like very dynamic angles, right? So you can like draw cars, let's say, like some explosion, right? Let's see. So it gives you this like incredible flexibility. So then you draw wheels, then you just add specific kind of, once you have this box frame, you can adjust it to specific car you want to draw. So like from my observation, you know, and yeah, what I see how also other artists draw, this approach what you are actually use when you draw for comic book. Or no, or you just draw directly without pencil if you're some kind of fan of Kim Jong-il stuff. So like this kind of. No, like experience is different, but I have like I wish I have more focus on drawing for all these years I draw, but yeah, in total like 23 years, about 23 years for being like constantly learning how to draw. No, almost constantly. Like I say again, like I wish I'd be more consistent. because also, you know, needed to work somewhere sometimes. A lot of stuff happen. So this building here. So actually, you know, like because there's so much kind of individual, like how fast people improve, you better just keep in mind, like if you're dedicated to make it your life profession, kind of, right, to be like artists for making living from art, then eventually you will learn all you need. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. Table? Like really? Is it like say inevitable? So eventually you will get all you want, all kind of skills and stuff, and all what you not just want, but kind of what you want and what is necessary, realistically necessary for your type of art you create. So how fast you will achieve this is not so important, you know. Just do your best and eventually you will be there. Because when you look other people, you don't know their life story, you know. Sometimes like they tell you like, oh, I just draw in one month, and they don't tell you like how they've been drawing like 20 years before this 1 month, or like they don't forget to mention like all their family artists, and like all their neighbors is artists, you know. Everybody like drawing around him all life, and he was like basically surrounded with masters, art masters from a childhood. And they kind of forget to mention this to you, but you look, they're like, oh, they're so young and they're so fast improve, and you will like kind of compare yourself to them. It's just pointless. Yeah, cool. I mean, still, of course, you think like be reasonable, kind of, right? So, like, most of people, like, they ask like, oh, how much should I draw? Like, I need to draw like all day, all night, every day. Say, okay, at least draw 8 hours a day. So, if you draw like 8 hours a day, it's a lot. It's like more than most of people. So if you like can maintain this kind of dedication for many years, yeah, you will improve very fast. So if you do extra more than this, yeah, just be careful. Like, don't forget also physically exercise, because if you like sit all day and you don't move, it's not good. So make sure you have like three day a week at least. You go to gym, you know, do some like complex exercise, train all your body, like running or not only train your biceps, but also train your legs, move all your body. It's kind of like, if you go martial arts, I think it's the best. Just kind of don't try to become champion, right? Like, I mean, right now is so many gym you can choose, and you can go to martial arts where coach like worry a lot about safety. Like I went recently, I've been in Taiwan gym, like in Taiwan boxing gym, and they're very careful. So they like don't want just average people to be punched in the face, in the head, because like you don't need punch in the head if you don't want to be like professional or sportsman. You don't need punch in the head. But you will surprise how much you will learn without punches in the head on the boxing, you know, because there is a like, it's a very good physical training, because it's like train whole your body. It's improving your brain, really. You might be, I don't know, like, you know, boxing or not, but if you not punch in the head, it's very good for your brain, because it's so many nuances. It's kind of like a dancing, but it's better because it have practical application. And even if you will not sparring with other guys, even without sparring, you will become better fighter, for like compared to any average people who don't have any training. You know, you because you develop all this like muscle base, reaction, and yeah, some kind of mechanic for punch. So you will be not, of course, so good like this sport masters who sparring and like preparing for competitions, but you will like better at fighting for sure. And what, like I say, like for us artists, like if you're somebody who sit on the table a lot, right, this is the best, because there's like a lot of movement for all your body, like moving legs, jumping. It's a perfect. So it's really best. Other one great thing is gymnastic rings. Is also very cool training. So yeah, like I really recommend. You can research and you will find a lot of proofs for what I say. Like you can see different artists, and you know like how they look when they're training and when they're not training. You don't want to be guys who is not training, because they, you know, they're like this, like kind of like hunching, like swelling. That's horrible, you know. It's just like being like damaged from working with a table. You will just feel, it just feels much better, you know. like fresh, your head is fresh, and your mood is much better when your body is healthy, when you have muscles, kind of, you know. It's like kind of like you feel kind of sober. Так. Oh yeah, cool. So you do exercise. Yeah. Yeah, so but also yeah, I recommend martial arts, but just really I think like because we're like kind of intellectuals, like we need to sit use our brains like for kind of for our work, like work with ideas, we need memory and stuff. You really can't afford to have these punches in the head. Is really bad for you. Less punch in the head you have is better. Even if you all like in the gloves with helmet, all this stuff. No, you don't need this. There is like a lot of exercises, like kind of touching each other elbow or stuff like this, you know, to train reaction. Because like I had some friend like I forget it's like how it's called, like a sport master candidate in a box, also in the wrestling he have some degree or how they call it, and so he have like some serious brain damage. He say kind of like it's only side effect he have is that he don't have dreams, but you know maybe he just don't really know what there is other side effects, and often it's just hit you when you get older. So maybe it's like when you're 20 30 it's fine, but then like 40 50 and there's like all these punches in the head start to appear, you know, and like people just have some like Muhammad Ali, this guy can have some problems like or dementia, whatever. And when I was training, I remember like some sparring also on the boxing. I remember like guy hit me like here kind of. So, and he have like this boxer heavy hand. He wasn't like really trying hard, just you know. So it just was like his fist flying here and meet my head. And I have I don't know how to say, it's like my color vision change. So suddenly everything like blue color start to have like crazy strong saturation. I just look everywhere and have like super strong blue colors everywhere. It's like I was like wow, crazy. And I think maybe it also kind of like create damage for my sinusitis here, you know, this kind of area here. So I mean, is a real damage. It's real damage. So if you're professional fighter, or if you're just some like brutal simple guy, it's all no big deal. But when you're artist, like, do you need this stuff? Like, you will see it and you will have like kind of like this crazy side effects on your brain because you did some sparrings on the boxing. Oh, it's kind of will be stupid. No, I doubt it will make me blind. No, it's just kind of average, you know. Because he might like knock me down, so I will just like shut down kind of for a fraction of a second. My brain will shut down. So yeah, this is what happened, you know. So it's like knockout. It's kind of like brain shut down. And yeah, you don't need this. Так. Hello, Mental Bastion. Yeah, let's go pro. I mean, I'm kind of pro. I'm making $100 from YouTube. And I'm also working as artist. I have like different projects, like drawing murals, drawing cityscapes and stuff. So yeah, I'm not working like comic book artist yet. Because, you know, it's not just like, oh, don't be shy, became comic book artist. No, it's a lot of work. You need to sit and work day by day. Like this, like, don't be shy, kind of make a motorcycle book. Sure, no problem, just -3 year. No problem. This is kind of our main. No, it's kind of like one of things with struggle. Kind of, we have creative people, kind of, right? Is that when you do something yourself, when you make decision to dedicate to something, it's mean also you need to say no to other stuff, right? So it means, like, if you choose draw comic books, you start draw comic books, so okay, so then you're not travel artist, you're not a portrait artist, at least for most of your time, right? You might do sometimes for a hobby or occasionally, but in general you need to focus on one direction. So same just with drawing in general, like everybody go travel, everybody go to beach, go to club, go to watch new Spider-Man in the cinema, and you draw. You sit home and draw. So in a moment it feels like you are lost your mind. For people who is not artist in your environment, they don't even understand it. They don't even understand you. They think it's just like, oh, he just don't like to go outside, or he don't like to party or something. And no, I like, of course I like go to beach. Of course I like go to bar or something, like every day, every night, whatever, right? Let's go. But this is how it works. Like if you will go party every night, when will you draw? So you not only choose to make something, you also you need to manage everything else. It's kind of serious side back, or I don't know, like. And each project, right, is kind of like investment of your time. It's also it's kind of risk you take, because you never did this before. There is no people who will guarantee for you that this decision is smart and you're doing it right. You're making comic book, okay, what you spend like a year for this comic book, what will you do with it later, right? If you doesn't make money with it, then you will need to find a job, because you just spend so much time without making money. So yeah, if you like in USA and there is like Comic Con, there is a lot of this publisher communities for comic books. I think it's much more convenient to start be comic book artist. But in some other places it's not. So I don't know, like just recent years I feel like I'm more on my own. So every project I do, it's totally on me. So nobody will just jump from a bush and say like, oh, I love your work, take my money. Because see, even like you making this like hundreds of tutorials on YouTube, like look how many years I do this YouTube channel, 2 years, how much money I make, like $100 in a month. Will you do this, or you kind of hiding yourself? No, you just don't you're just not crazy enough to do so much work for free, you know. Так. Yeah, so you see, like in America it might be different, like kind of you have more competition because all these artists yeah, so difficult. But in New York City, I think you have a lot of potential there. It's a great place to be for artists. Yeah. Mental Bastion. Where a lot of money in the comic books. I hope so, yeah. We will be rich. You will not recognize me. I will become this like arrogant rich guy. Alexa, how dare you speak to me? Do you know who am I? Do you know Gene Bond, richest comic book artist in the history? Oh. On your knees. Bow to Gene Bond. Oh, like samurai, like higher caste. So please, Gene Bond, give me permission to talk. So, permission granted. You can open your filthy mouth, low class human being. Yeah, thank you, Mental Bastion. Yeah, you're being beaten by box. You know, it's some kind of like artist boxing. Box can beat you. Box is merciless. It will be beating you to pulp. See? And you know, like in a nightmare, like you see this box in a nightmare, like laughing at you, say, you wanna be artist? Try to draw this in 5-point perspective. Do you know how to rotate box? Whoa. And you like shaking lines trying to draw box, but it's look like a circle. It's like, oh no, I will never be artist. And you wake up in a cold sweat. Say, no, I will better be accountant or go to sell vacuum cleaners. Yeah. Have you ever dream about drawing? Like, I have a friend, musician, you know, playing violin, and he tell his dream. He say he see God playing violin, golden violin, and he says like music was like really, like he never hear anything like this, like absolutely amazing, really, like if a God play in the violin, you know. And he was say like in a dream he watching this is like, oh my god, so incredible. And then God give violin to him, and he's like, take this, start to play, and it sounds so bad. It's like, oh my god, so ridiculous. Like, and he wake up. I think it's great dream, you know. Like, God give you a violin to play. It's kind of like a dream of like a real musician will have, you know. For me, it's like sign of real musician if it's like worry you so deeply, so you even see a dream like this. Hello, cultures and art. Yes. Thank you. If you talk about me. Thank you. All right. Yeah, also just make sure everybody know about my Discord. The Discord. Yeah, here is a link. Так, wait a second. So I would like to see your drawings in Discord, like a pink purple bubble. Also one day I hope to go to New York. It's kind of for me must go place. Because I've seen it so much in Spider-Man. Now I need to go myself. Так. Oh, you. No. Oh, no. Okay, I need to... Так. Оп, some ink. Cool, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, also if Rockstar watching, let's make comic book about GTA 6. Somebody sent email to Rockstar. Так. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like games is like my guilty pleasure. I don't like spend time for games, but this GTA and Rock, I like them for form. For me, it's like art form. So when it's like Red Dead Redemption 2, I just can't ignore it because it's so interesting and so kind of like huge, you know. It's just being witness of this, it's very fascinating. So I don't like kind of playing it like a game, so I tell to myself it's like I'm not really playing games, I just like researching. So it's like my wife looking so like, are you playing game? Like, are you children? I say no, it's a research, you know. Of course I don't play games. Yeah, of course, like Red Dead Redemption and it's like you know, it's Rockstar. They're like Hollywood. It's really is kind of, how can you ignore this? You just can't. If you in storytelling, if you work with narratives, I think like you definitely at least like watch video on YouTube about this game, so you will be in a context. You will be kind of like in the current trend, understand like what happening today in the world. Or it's like a Game of Thrones maybe. I remember like everybody been talking about Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, Game of Thrones, Game of Thrones. It's like I don't watching series. Like I don't have time to watching all this stuff. And then in one period in my life, I was really so kind of you know, you have this kind of like periods when you burn out, kind of like burn out, and I just like, I don't know, like my brain just don't work at all. And I think like, hey, maybe I will finally watch this Game of Thrones like 10 years after, you know, when it's already like all seasons is done, and it's like already like 5 or 10 years after this. I think, okay, let's watch. And I watching this and I understand like so many homages, you know. I just realized so many stuff in the world was happen, like being like link to this Game of Thrones. Everybody kind of making reference to it, and I didn't understand this. And I just like get it 10 years after that. So, and it's a really great thing. Like even like I don't like it entirely. Like some things about Game of Thrones I absolutely don't like. But in general is great. In general, of course, is a great thing. You just watch so many powerful kind of kind of like techniques, or I don't know how to say it. It's just done very high quality work, you know. It's like very good strong impact. And the same kind of with these Rockstar games. It's like already watching this GTA 6. It's like I'm sure I will not like story, because you know I know what kind of story Rockstar do. But quality of story, they usually do like a very strong narrative, very smart, very detailed, very professional. So it's always like master class of like top quality work. And it's just something like telling you like what is the peak technology and media kind of today, because it's like with GTA 5 and GTA 6 is kind of this what they do. They just on the peak of visual storytelling, and this now is kind of became like you, they basically start to make a movie in a virtual reality setting. Like you, Red Dead Redemption 2, it's basically is like you are watching movie from inside. It's like interactive movie when you walking inside this movie kind of. It's this what people been waiting for, kind of, when they was kind of trying to imagine what will be like this virtual reality movie. It's what Rockstar do. They creating this like virtual reality interactive movies. Hello JR1X61. First video to watch. yeah, maybe like there is one maybe a little boring video, but definitely like if you watch me, like what to watch first, you must watch video called how to improving in art, because it just give you important context you need. And then if about drawing specifically, it's like any video like for beginners. Just watch like how to draw perspective for beginner, how to draw cars, stuff like that. You know, because it's hard to evaluate your level. Like everybody mean by beginning different stuff. Like maybe you beginner like just being humble, or maybe you beginner you can't like hold pencil properly and something like this. And also age important. So like I say before, I only like talking about people specific, like what they need when I speak to them like face to face. So I know you personally, like, or at least like in a video when talk like mentorship one-on-one, so I can better understand what is your current level and how can I speak to you. Так, let's see. So here is like hip level, 1 point perspective. Because I was reading book about, I remember, kind of like about how to learn art and art college, and it's give like a very interesting point. So it's saying, interestingly, like during all this progress we have with science, kind of, right? Like improvement of science, all this technology and progress doesn't influence our visual art education somehow. So if progress, like all this like physics, mathematics, improved education in the music, definitely, you know, it's really integrated into music education. So they have like more like scientific understanding how all this works, how kind of people brain works, so they can better kind of teach and explain music composition and stuff. In art, in visual art, nothing changed much. So it's like basically like people learning how to draw by same principles since like how's it called, Leonardo da Vinci kind of times, you know. And it's hard to give like general guides with such old-fashioned system. You know, we don't have any super clear structure of like general picture to which will match every people. No, there is techniques, there is different methods, different pipelines, different also different tasks require different pipeline, different technique, different material. You just need to learn them. That's it. But how it will better, like what sequence to choose to learn it better? No, you can't really actually say this. I can't explain it this way. It's not so simple like a driving car or cooking. It's not easy. No, it's not so simple like cooking food, you know. So and maybe like people just don't realize how much it's a broad question. It's like, I want to be artist, like how should I learn? I don't know, like maybe you want to be like good person. What should I do? I don't know, like read Bible. What should I say, you know? Like what kind of step 1, step 2 it might be, you know, like first smile to people, step 2 say smile and say hello and wish a good day or good morning, kind of this, right? Same kind of like what mean like I want to be good at art or drawing, even like good at perspective, still kind of very very broad. It's require like specifics. So it's like you should answer it for yourself. And of course you can't answer it correctly, but this is what everybody do. You make your hypothesis, you make your guess, and then you build your learning path, kind of, right? Like you say, okay, first I will study perspective grids, and then I will study like anatomy or stuff like that. So maybe I will eventually like find some sequence I will recommend for everybody. Right now I don't know like to recommend, because you know like I already put so many videos there and you just watch and learn, kind of, you know. And sometimes I have this kind of questions like, okay, but how should I learn perspective? In this question under video, which I make, and video calls literally like how to learn perspective, or you know, video like everything about 1 point perspective, and then a question under video like how to learn 1 point perspective. It's like, dude, it's a video there. You're commenting, you're literally commenting under video, which I make to explain these exact questions, and you asking me this. So like I did this video how to improve in art, which like 1 hour talking about this, like how you should approach learning drawing or learning visual art, because it's kind of like complex thing. You can't just say, okay, do this, do that. No, you need to really like you know, give some information about this. Maybe in another day I will say other stuff, just trying my best. Anyway, like what is for sure, don't expect it will be clear. You usually like you understand how it works, you understand how to learn after you learn. Before you learn, you're not sure. you never sure exactly. So it's all your guess, it's all your kind of exploration, experimentation, investigation. Which is actually you can also consider as a good thing. Like when I've been working like for salary in different jobs, eventually it's like a strike me. So like, look, so here I'm doing this job, I have like okay salary, I can live with this salary, but all my rest of my life will be like this. So absolutely same stuff every day, again and again, same stuff, nothing new. Because like practically everything I need to know, I already know about my job. That's it. And then I realized like about drawing is really impossible, I think, to say this about art, about drawing, because it's always something to improve, always something to learn. There is always somebody better than you in drawing, you know. And it always feels this way. You never feel like, okay, now I find my like my level and I'm happy with this level. No, you kind of always feel like you lack some skills, you know. It just can be like not worry much about this, you know. It's not like a tragedy, but yeah, you are aware of it. You're aware like you still have a lot of stuff to improve, and it's only question of time. If you have time, you will sit and work on your like extra skills. Maybe building some visual vocabulary, or make more like refined something. Oh, crazy, I just noticed it's a cat on the ATM machine. I mean, this is crazy. This is what I'm talking about, this GTA 6. It's just like amount of real world elements. Kind of looking mind blowing. If they will really make it interactive as they usually do, it's kind of like something next level. So here is like gambling dudes, seems like lottery, yeah, lottery machine, trash, so they have like trash in the game, so somebody need to clean trash, so you can litter. And then ATM, so you kind of probably you might rob ATM machines, yeah, and a cat. It's crazy, like it's just like look like impossible thing. Yeah, afraid this like with VR, they will improve computer games soon so much, so it will be like kind of opium crisis when people will just go to this VR clubs and experience this like perfect reality, because you can fine tune it whatever you like. It's already kind of look very impressive. I mean, computer games currently. Like if we today computer games show to anyone, let's say like 40 years ago, they will lost their mind. They will just like how they will just amazed about like they can even see something like this with their eyes because it looks so insane. And it's really like in my lifetime. So I was in the childhood when I was in high school. I was watching sci-fi movies on the TV where they have like small tablet computers, you know, like beep 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 beep, like these small screens, and we was watching these movies. I was like, wow, it's incredible future. I wish like humanity will ever have such incredible technology, like a flat screen in your hand. It's amazing, you know, so romantic, kind of like, no way. It must be like paradise in the future when we really will have this technology. And then like 10 years after that, I literally have this like book reader in my hand which looks like from sci-fi movie, and I can read books on it, I can watch movies on this, can go to internet. I was like, no way. In my lifetime I was already transferred to sci-fi world. So now we already kind of living in this sci-fi reality. We only don't have like flying cars, but just because it's turned out to be I think it's just not really practical. In the movies was kind of seems like cool idea, but just imagine like flying cars, like how will you regulate this? Maybe, yeah, maybe it will be like in this cyberpunk game when like police and some kind of certain people kind of will have this flying vehicles. So far helicopters doing, you know, working the same, doing same function. They don't need to look like cars. So you can like use helicopter, fly from your building, from your penthouse. So now we're going into future, which will look like a Matrix movie, kind of. Don't know, it's like even hard to imagine what it will be with all these virtual realities. AI, virtual reality, also augmented reality. It's already glasses there, right? So soon, like everybody just instead of phone will use glasses. Robots in the house. And then like our generation been like teaching our parents to use internet. So come on, like why is so hard to understand how to use internet? Then it's like my grandchildren, grandchildren, they will tell me how to, I don't know, like how to use robots. So like, come on, you don't know how to teach your robot, your cyborg, or like your army of drones. Just now, like in this GTA, can I steal sleepers? You know, maybe like first level, like you can kind of steal people sleepers. Then it will be bicycle. Then some motorcycle, small car, eventually helicopter. Grand Theft sleepers. Like half star for sleepers. theft. They will arrest you because you waste their time with your sleeper stealings. And if you steal sleepers too often, they will finally make 6-star for you. So all army will hunting you. Say like, we just sick of your annoying sleeper theft. Destroy this guy. Так. Interesting. Maybe this GTA you actually can be like a good citizen. You can clean all trash, paint walls, like make your city a better place. It's interesting. Finally gives this a range of freedom. Fetching. happy. So kind of this for today. Push like, subscribe, share, and join Discord channel. See you later. See you later.